might be a little laggy for a little bit because I'm opening this project in the background, but we are checking out Unreal Engine's 5.7 new features because that one released just last week. And we're gonna have a little check if those tools that are in there, other than the PCG tools, are actually to our benefit. Because they are the PCG tools definitely will be to our benefit. That's, if you're interested into that, that has been already covered by Procedural Minds. They already looked into it, and it is quite useful. So I would just redirect to that. What we will look into, I mean, we will look into PCG as well, but not as in-depth as that. What I am curious about is the actual vine creation. So creating foliage with the in-house tool to create foliage, because that changed quite a bit from what we knew from the preview. Back in the preview, we're like, okay, it's pretty static. And from what I saw nowadays, it's actually quite versatile, that you actually can, by node-based, create your own foliage, like trees. And what makes it even better is they are automatically nanite ready. And that could actually be quite useful for us. Is it still stuck in the creation process? Why is it taking so long? Is it because another instance is still open? Let me check. Shouldn't take so long, so let me kill the editor in both. And then recreate. Reopen it, because that took way too long. Because my Unreal Engine 5.6 project is opening way faster than what was there. So I guess it was because the RAM was... Yeah, that looks different. That looks there. Now, and also, thank you for the hydrate and headpad earlier. Kaiden, how are you doing? Hope you had a fine day. Yeah, numbers are changing. This is looking good. This is looking better. Might also I know what it might be. The first creation time, where it might take a while. Again, I should have created it beforehand, before I started even the stream. Oh well. Should just take a little bit though. And once it's finished, I switch scenes and then we can ghost activate the plugins and then restart the engine. But that's just how it is. It's not everything is activated at the beginning. When you start a new project, you want, for example, to activate PCG. It's no longer experimental, by the way. So that is great. holy shit, I saw stuff that people did in PCG and it's crazy. Like, I mean, the Electric Dream example where you have this giant giant forest, tropical forest that was already insane. Now they are completely building entire cities. Like, you can actually interactive cities. I should add. So people make those massive PCG graphs, which oh boy, they probably are. I mean, we will at one point go back and I will redo my forest generation one, because the I want to be closer to Electric Dream in my forest creation. Right now it just puts down trees. That's it. No stones, no smaller foliage, nothing else. And I kind of want to expand on that with the knowledge I already have, which means I want to redo it as well. Yeah, it's writing to the hard drive right now. That's definitely the reason why it took so long. Can hear it working. Right now it's just a little bit of talking, so if you have anything that you would love to see and handled in this stream, like, hey, I have a question, how do I solve this and that in BCG or in Unreal Engine in general, then I might be able to show. Might be, because I'm not all knowing. It might be the step where I'm like, no, sorry, but I don't know. And at some points, there's like, might be like, let's use one of those AI systems to crawl through the documents and give you a proper solution. Right? Because that's the thing. Unreal Engine is good, very well documented. But Unreal Engine is so big that you need a system to basically navigate through it. And their AI system that they implemented in there to help you with that is doing a worse job than ChatGPT. It's probably based on ChatGPT, to be honest, but well, my fucking god. First, I was confused when someone told me it's not good at all, but when I looked at it myself and tested it, oh boy, gives you not the best of gives you very faulty answers still. It's experimental, so it probably gets better over the time, but as of state, at least for blueprint and PCG stuff, unusable. Completely unusable. It might be good for C++ generation. I don't know about that. That might actually be where it shines. But when you asked it anything about blueprints, or PCG graphs, it leaves out stuff. It leaves out a lot of the stuff. And sometimes stuff is even wrong. Should be finishing just a bit. Alright, it's still taking so long. The first time generation always takes a little bit. And I did a worrying about. I was assuming it would be doing the build up faster, but that was to my fault because it has been a long while since I created a new Unreal project. And also, I have to pay in mind that it is creating now all the stuff with VRAM not being completely accessible. So some stuff is going to, well, YouTube Studio. Some stuff is going to OBS, and therefore, yeah, it will be slower. Significantly. Especially during the process it's currently in, which is compiling the shaders. And that's where you basically have to watch out. Because of course, when you do it for the first time, it has to be generated completely. Later on, when it is already compiled and after ready, it will be much faster because it's reading the cache. So all we can do now, be patient and wait. So, how's everyone's day been? Hope you had a wonderful day so far. It's already night where I am, so. Rather, it might be maybe even still early in the morning, depending on where you are. Only 1,800 shaders, okay. We are down a lot. Shouldn't be taking too long anymore. That said, I do have a powerful PC, so my bottleneck is basically my CPU. Oh, I think maybe I should reverse that because we had the 5K series with the Nvidia cards, and I'm still at the 3K series. Maybe not that powerful, but powerful enough for most of the stuff. What was it? Thanks for that, bad. Wait, why is it not triggering? Because okay, it's delayed. Okay, I see. It's delayed because of all the computing right now. Um, Wait. What? Okay. I don't understand the compiling shaders then, because it went back from like 20 shaders to 1600 now, and all right, yeah, we will see. God damn it! But what we can do. Hey, Petunia, how are you doing? Not the view I want. Oh yeah, my PC is currently really struggling. Oh my. Even the current browser tabs are lagging. While it builds in the background, we can probably do have a look. Oh, wait, that's the wrong screen. Right, I haven't set it up correctly. That's the screen we want. I made a change, arrangement change with my monitor, so I haven't updated my system up to that. So now it's showing the right screen. So, what do we want to look at? Well, one thing I am interested in. Hydrocarbonos volumes, no. Megalites, no, not really. I'm doing well, by the way. Substrate, maybe we're looking into substrate. That is basically a new way to make materials. I don't know yet if we actually do have any benefits from it. It's to make things more realistic, and I don't know how much our we can tweak it to make it for stylization. We're not looking into first-person rendering. We are a third-person game, making a third-person game, so no. Not follow skinning. To a point, we will looking into that. We will use the foliage tool that comes with 5.7 to look how flexible is it. Can we use it for stylization? This new retargeting system is actually quite amazing. At one point I want to look into that, but that needs preparations. I cannot switch the project to the 5.7 yet. because the plugins that we are using, um, mainly Kawaii Physics, well, are currently not ported over to 5.7. That's not 5.7 came out last week, so all the plugin developers now have the time to basically start and bring that over. Ooh, 20 stream string. Nice. So it will take a while. It will take a few months till Kawaii Physics updates to 5.7. Then there's another tool that I have, which is the Gas Companion. Gas stands for Gameplay Ability System. So that's a thing. So those two plugins that are getting basically implemented into the engine, those need an update first before we can go 5.7 as well. But what we can do right now as 5.7 is basically coming out, we can have a look at the features. Now that is definitely a thing that I want to look at. PCG is another. The retargeting and motion matching, basically, yeah, but we don't have the stuff to put that. Yeah, I'm not interested in the Steam frame. I'm actually a little bit disappointed in the Steam frame. In the GameCube, for people that need it, okay, sure. I prefer having a multi-usable PC and not just I didn't see that much of a difference to the index controller, to be honest. Ooh, this might be actually really interesting later on. The FBIK rent retargeting performance. That might do a lot, but we're not interested in metahumans because we do our own stylized characters, so no use for that, for anything of that. Rig Mapper. I have to read into that, what that even is. Rig Mapper is an integrated within the IK retargeter and available as an experimental feature in Unreal Engine 5.7. It introduces new flexibility for cross-rig animation workflows. It allows motion to be transferred between different character setups, such as applying AR-kit animations to metahumans or using metahuman animator animations on the AR-kit characters. Early tests showing promising results. Okay. That AR-kit can't be interesting. But if it's only for metahuman rigs, then we will not have much from that. But basically, the rigs, the humanoid rigs, they can be set up to be AR-kit ready, and then you can basically control them with your face. Just like I control the face of my Live 2D model. Yeah, but are the TMR sticks that special? They did not seem special enough to make an upgrade. So, oh yeah, this is a really good thing. The PCG editor mode. Again, this has been covered by procedural minds in depth. It's very useful tool. How you can actually set up your own tools, and basically you don't need to put anything into a blueprint anymore. But now you can draw splines and the volumes directly in the editor itself. A Hall effect controller. What does that mean? What is even a Hall effect controller? What? I'm not too much into the technical details. It's a controller. I am no I'm not creating micro devices or anything, so I have no idea what a Hall effect is. I'm just an end consumer. Okay, I see. How is it faring? How are our... it's at 72%. Let me actually put it there so I have it more in my eye. Or we look at here. Well, we definitely will look into procedural that is completely advanced now and ready. We have this where we can make our tools very useful, very time saving. What I'm mostly curious about is this. Let's wait for our net to end. Okay, now that you're back, welcome back. So this is what I'm mostly interested in about to check. Is it worth it? Is it as flexible, for example, like Triad or, well, Speed Tree? So Speed Tree is more optimized towards Unity, less towards Unreal Engine. So, the Procedure Vegetation Editor is a new experimental plugin to create and edit vegetation meshes supporting nanite foliage directly within Unreal. In this release, Procedure Vegetation assets are edited through the Vegetation Editor, a PCG-based node graph editor using... Oh, the ad is going on now. Modify the tree's shape through gravity, carve and scale operators, adjust leaf and branches distribution, assign different leaf models. Okay, this is important. I cannot stress enough how important it is to have the ability to act your own different leaf models. Because the trunk is basically always going the same way. Export to skeletal mesh and static mesh, including nanite foliage's assembly support. The skeletal mesh part is important because we what they basically do is they rig it like any other normal body they would, and then they apply the deformation, like wind effect and stuff, onto it. The buzzing is bang. Oh boy. Alright, 1 second. One moment, please. Alright, hopefully it's better now with the buzzing. If not, I'm really out of options now. Oh yeah. We definitely want to look into this. Because that could speed, if we have a system running there, that could speed up our process by a lot. What is that? King. Not seeing directly where that is. For that, I definitely would need to see a demo project to understand it more. Custom data types. Okay. Okay, okay, that could come into being very useful. This is just more of performance stuff. They're not too much interesting for us right now because we don't do simulations like that. Okay, that's good. That's really good. It's always getting a lot of headaches when I'm doing that fix because of all the fucking dust. Okay, parameters and overrides, type coloring and validation. Okay. Okay, that's useful. Not that important to look into though. Nodes and operators. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? We have Unreal Engine 5.7 also introduces multiple native PCG elements and new options, including spline intersection, finds intersecting splines in 3D and adds control points at intersection or returns the intersection points. I want to look into that at one point. It is how I understand it. Could also make some stuff a little bit easier. Yeah, I heard about it. I haven't looked into it enough. Though I also do have to say that I barely use my VR anymore. I don't have much of a reason to use it. Because we are just, I don't really have a community there anymore, so I don't have much of a reason to basically go there and show up, right? Because when I show up to the people I know, it's most of the times like I'm just standing around there because they have other people to tend to, and I'm not up for that. So the only times I actually go online anymore is when the virtual market happens. Because that is still interesting. I can explore. I don't have to look at all this stupid ERP stuff. Because at the rate VRChat is, I wouldn't be too surprised if it's getting bought off by Pornhub or something. Because really, oh my fucking god. Okay, split splines. Divide splines into multiple splines based on alpha distance, key, or control points predicate. Does that mean when I... Does that mean when I have a spline mesh sampler and I have an intersection that I can... and in an intersecting volume that I then can use then to make the one spline into two, for example? Because if that's the case, it's a lifesaver. Get segment returns a segment index point or spline from a point. Is that useful? What's the difference from directly getting the point? I understand this one. Was it more a general node because of this polygon 2D? So spline, point, we already got, but they changed the name to segment because of the polygon 2D. So is that the case? Probably. Spawn spline mesh component overrides. Component class is now respected when spawning. Okay. Okay. About time. Add new PCG elements classes, including range-based overrideable functions. Okay. To support structure of error formats. Okay. That is good. For what will you use a 3D model? Because if you just use it for gaming, right? If you just use it for, hey, I want a 3D model for, let's say, an Apex Legends stream. Don't do it. It's way out of reach. The thing is, a 3D model really is sustainable then when you really use it, when you really make use of the full 3D rotation. It means just talking streams, they benefit a lot from those, because you can actually basically walk around your room and do stuff with it. And yes, dance videos, right, where you have your music video, the character should dance to that music video. Yes, then perfectly, they are doing perfect for that. But if you are just playing a game, a regular desktop game, I'm not talking about VR game, I'm talking about desktop game, then all you do most of the times is facing the camera like I do right now. A Live 2D model is completely sufficient for that. If you look into a 3D model, let me tell you, it's getting expensive. You will not get, unless you go Vivoroid, you will not get a custom, you will not get a model for less than 1,000. Not at all. Not even close. Unless it's a really, well, pixelated stuff, right? When you go more into the Minecraft direction or something like that, you have to bear in mind that making a 3D model is taking a lot of work. You can be happy if it is done in a month, but that means they grind it hard. Live 2D model is a little bit easier to make. A little bit. It's also quite, you have to also to spend a lot of time to do that, but the 3D modeler needs to rig it. They need to weight paint it. They need to set it up for the engine you use, so probably Varodo. So there is a lot going into it. And yeah, you can have it, if you leave out the texturing and just go with flat colors, and you might be actually maybe a little bit good on the point. If you want to be textured on top of it, well, good luck. It will be expensive because texturing is a very time-consuming work. There's a lot flowing into a 3D model, stuff that never flows into a 2D model. So, yeah, you can get one, but it will be expensive, no matter who you ask. There might be a few for maybe 400 or something, but be aware that those are people that are starting out. They are still learning how to model. rewrite is the easiest way. Because that's basically just then texture it on the surface and you're done. If you want anything going slightly away from rewriting, where people actually need to model, and you want it to be custom and not in a way that you custom, and you have the rights to actually use it for something like streaming it all, then yeah, it's getting, if you really want it to be just yours and not be based off of something. I mean, what you also could do is look at Booth, buying a model there with the rights, that then you also probably will be at a few hundreds for just the model. And then, of course, the same stuff for all the clothing, hair, and then you can basically Frankenstein your model. Then you probably will be a bit cheaper. But you really need the rights to use it. Not everything you can buy on those shops like Gumroad or Pixiv or whatever is, you need the right. You can look into regen. Maybe you're lucky and find someone cheap, but unlikely. And then again, they probably are not as experienced as you wish them to be. Yeah, commercial use is important for streaming. Remap can now be driven by a curve. Okay, that's good. Also, be aware that when you use another thing why you should consider more the 2D one is 3D computing. If you put your model through something like Varado, and let's say it's a very complex one, then it will take a lot of. Vinian is no different to Varado when it comes to computing power. So exactly that's the point. Compared to something like VTube Studio, it eats a lot of resources. So all those fancy newer games like Silent Hill F, you will probably not be able to play. Yeah, and you are struggling already. Now, if you put a 3D model on top of that, good lag. I mean, don't get me wrong, VTube Studio is also something that eats a lot. Right, if you go, I just go here, Task Manager, and you see VTube Studio is, I have my GPU not showing. My GPU. And you see it is actually taking quite a lot from the GPU already. For a tool as simple as it is. Rebridger on top of that also on my end. So you have like roughly 10% that is reserved for other tools you use. For and I do have a powerful graphics card. I'm having let's go to those. Oh wait, no, that's not performance. That's performance. Right? You can see right here. It is a powerful graphics card. The 3060, that is still one in the middle range. Not one of the strongest. I know if I would have like a one of the 5K series, then yeah, I would have do much better. Right? But it is one of the better graphics card that you can have that do not cost 1,000 per card. I don't care that as much for ray tracing, to be honest. I barely use ray tracing in anything. And the games I play barely use it as anyways. There's no ray tracing in Do It Night Abyss. There's no ray tracing in Atelier Riser or something. I'm playing most of the time stylized games. Maybe Fortnite has ray tracing when I think of stylized games, but in stylized games, ray tracing is not that much of a thing. And for the realism games, it doesn't do that much. Ray tracing, you can basically most of the times turn it off, and yeah, you spot the difference, but the difference is not that much. Oh, we already have a modulo. What are they talking about? Oh, it's specifically add modulo. Okay. Thought we had those. Imply and imply, I'm pretty sure we don't. But I thought we had an and. Oh well. Ooh, this one is big. This one is really big. Damn. Incremental cooking could be interesting to look at a much later point than we are. So by then, another set of Unreal versions will be out. So, anyways, it is done. So now we can go into plugins, and one thing that we want to have is PCG. And notice it's not in experimental anymore. So that's really, really good. The geometry script interrupt is still it's in beta by now, not experimental. But Niagara is. That is assemblies. That is new. What was the other called again? Where is my? God damn it! Not that. I want my browser here, and I want procedure vegetation editor. probably, is there... Oh, and you can nowadays vote for features. Called it vegetation editor. That's the one we want. Yes, it is an experimental one, but we do want to look into it. Now we restart the engine so that we do have that tool, and then we can get finally started. This is really interesting stuff right here. For a game developer, or an end user, probably nothing of that is interesting, right? This is for people that actually make games. So, for people like me. Why is it not... Well... Should have restarted, but it did not for whatever reason. Oh yeah, the guest companion here, that one is still on 5.6, and the Kawaii physics that also currently is still on 5.6. As soon as those two are on 5.7, then I can upgrade my project to that. Beforehand, though, no. Okay, we have another ad incoming, and I take the chance to quickly go to the bathroom. So we see each other after the end. No ad coming? What? Because it shows me that the ad would come, and now it's not triggering. Why? And now it's opened the project twice. Well, anyways, I will go to the bathroom really quick.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Alright. Should have it open twice, right? Yeah, we just closed that. I only did once. Okay, now where do I find you? That doesn't really look like it. Oh no, that's the active foliage. That's the one I use in. Okay, window. Maybe there. Where do we have you? Let me do a quick Google. That's I kind of procedural. There we go. Procedural vegetation. Yep. Procedural vegetation editor. Okay, I don't want too much. Why is it so lagging? While it was still computing, I was understanding that why everything is lagging, but why now? What is going on? Quite a lot of CPU usage, but memory is still fine. Yeah, okay. Where do I find it? Okay, let's see. That one is go. Oh, wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. I forgot to activate something very, very important. Project settings. Nanite. Nanite is on, but Nanite foliage is not on. I want those voxels. We do have to restart again. Nanite foliage is an interesting idea, Diane. So they basically turn those they turn basically all those leaflets, all those branches that you add to a tree, they turn those into voxels. So from afar, it still looks good, but it's very less computation. So it runs way, way faster than it used to do, and it has way less of an overdraw problem. So that can be very, very beneficial. Also, for stylization, you have to tackle the topic of how you stylize your trees a little bit different. because you cannot use those cards anymore. But I'm confident enough to say that there is a stylized, still an aspect how we can stylize our trees utilizing nanite. Oh, it was right there. I hope they change that because we the skeletal presets could be a problem. We'll see once we test it out, but right, you can. Oh, okay, you can make your own preset. Okay, that's good. And as we will have to look into that for our bamboo trees, for our sakura trees, and for whatever other tree we have. Well, although a sakura tree goes very close to what you have as a skeletal preset for a birch tree or something. So that's not too bad. We really want to play around with it, understanding it, and then see can we use it for our own thing. And it's always good that they, and you will see in as soon as it's finished there, you will see that they have the unreal mannequin next to the foliage, so you actually can see, oh, okay, it's that big. As that for tree generation, that's so important because some trees are only 5 meters tall, and I say only because for a tree that's nothing. For a tree that's really nothing. Some trees are getting 12 meters or higher, even so. But technically, all we need to do with most of those assets is basically having it have a stylized texture. In some cases, we might actually have to drag around, do some little bit of VFX magic. There we go. It's open again. And now we can go into our content drawer, go to foliage, go to procedure vegetation. And right now we have an aspen or a hazel. Go with an aspen. Actually, oh, they do this. Let me completely go blank. And then let me make another with the hazel so we can have one as a reference to where we can go through and be like, okay, so those are the nodes we need. Right, that we can a little bit check on those. Actually, quite good looking aspen. Damn. All right. Let's. Okay. Do we have a nanite view in there? What other views we can have? Okay, every single view that we know. So we cannot quite. Where's our reference, dude? Mannequin. Show me the mannequin. Because I want to see. Can I displace the mannequin? That's the offset, yeah. Just want it to be this. So now we have a little bit better view of how huge the tree is, and yeah, that looks really about right. Okay, let's have a look at this. Procedural vegetation preset loader. I see, we have a data set. I want to look into this. What exactly do we have here? Ah. Okay, so we have our twigs. We have the main arch texture for our bark. And profile 0 and 1. 0 and 1. Is it always 0 and 1? What does the plant profile mean? Okay, but we do have our data set of a large twig, a medium twig. Kind of surprised we do not have a small twig. Here we have multiple largest and just one medium. Basically just different orders of this. The rest is all the same. Okay. I see. So what they did is kind of creating different heights of those trees. So a tiny tree and to the very big tree right here. Okay, so we do not have to look into each one of those, just one. So we have the curve. The curve is a radius of 0. Here's the length from root. Here it is radius. Okay, why is it so much different? This is from bottom, and this is also from bottom. What are those different modes doing? Let's have a look at this. And then length from root, nothing changes. From bottom, nothing changes. Z position, nothing changes. Radius. Let's see. When I say it's a radius of 5, okay, a radius of 1, does not do much. Oh, it's kind of like pruning. Okay. Kind of like pruning the tree. Gravity. If I put more gravity into it, it probably looks like a willow tree. Yeah. Though, that additional gravity, does the tooltip say? That's how strongly branches bend under gravity or orient toward light in phototropic mode. Higher values yield more pronounced curvature. Okay, so I have gravity and phototropic. I personally think the phototropic option here is way more interesting than actually our gravity one. Yeah, this is also nice that you can have a direction, because you could also be like, well, let's have a direction into this. So it's just bending over to here. Could be interesting. Let's put it back to -1. Scale. Okay. A little bit minimal. Remove branches by line. I see, that's probably good for like pine trees in a very dense forest, if you, or bamboo actually. Sometimes you want to have bamboo only start to grow around here, around this. But it does not really, don't see really where I influence. That's the mesh builder. So it builds this. Bone reduction. Okay, here we come to the fan part. Because this is what later on bends in the, when you have like a wind influencing the tree in a storm or something. That's actually quite interesting. Now we have a foliage palette. What is it saying down there? I want to read. Aspen twig, trees. Okay. Is it created from every single one? Okay. We have the foliage distributor. Now we're getting closer to this view. What's an Evelyn Ah, okay. So how dense is the population of branches? Um, okay. This is the final output, and there I do not really change. I can't even change that. There's a little bit of. When you see this, there are a few things where, I mean, this is definitely happening with the Fibonacci sequence for having this fractal movement here, but at what point? It must be here, but I didn't see it. Probably this plant profile, but I have no idea what it means. Hmm. Let me find the documentation of that. Procedural vegetation editor. Right, let's have a read. I don't want to understand this tool. In this quick start tutorial, we will take a look on procedural files too. Yes, okay. Wait a second. We did not do that. Project setting. No, wait, no, not the project settings. It's in the editor preference. And there we go for the experimental section. That should be under general. General, experimental. And here we look for procedural knowledge. That's all we need there. Okay. So, create a new procedure. Spawner, don't think we need that yet. Oh, good and stuff, and we need the spawner for something else. It is not what I'm looking for. This is if you already have finished trees. And I want to look into the editor. Not this one. Okay, so far so good. PV nodes. Here we're getting closer. Yeah, that's basically pruning the tree. Okay. Oh, world height. Okay. I was about to say, what's the difference from bottom to Z position? But okay, now it makes sense. If you put the same actor somewhere on a mountain, you get a different result than when you put him close to water.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Bam! The word we are all looking for, stylization. So they have it with, created it with stylization in mind. So still a little bit finicky. I would have loved to have more controls on how the branches basically evolve. That I basically have branch, sub branch, and then the leaflets. Kind of like Triad. Hang on 1 second. Doing it this way. I open up Triad. Because I expected the graph to be a little bit more like that. Triad is opening. But I thought it would be more like this, where we let's open the preset. Let's go for something big like what was a Joshua tree again? I always forget what kind of tree that is. Oh, it's those. Oh, they are cute. No, no. We're not looking for Joshua tree. Didn't we add willow somewhere? Thought we had a willow samples. There we go. There we go with a willow tree. That one is quite massive with how many twigs it has, right? So, and how the twig distribution is. What I expected is something like this, that I can set up my branches, create sub branches from that, and then can create sub branches again. So I really get to that willow tree look like here. Instead, what we do have instead is, well, we have basically the entire branch collection in one node. I don't know if we can make a willow tree like that. We will see. Now radius is okay. Radius is removing them. Ah, okay. How thick the branches are. So if I only want tiny branches, then I would use. Wait a minute. If I want to cut off all the small ones, then I would use this. Okay. Yeah, from bottom makes the most sense to start with. But there are a few trees that are probably not that easily to create with this. Can think of a few bonsai trees, how they are shaped. Probably a little bit more complicated. The gravity node makes your plant react to forces in nature. How real branches bend under their own weight or grow up towards sunlight. Yes. Yeah. I like that they give examples on how you can use the node for stylization. That they not just go with realism. Okay. The other thing that I kind of wonder is how to define how thick the root is. Haven't seen one for that. Here I'm a little bit confused. What's the difference to this one? um, because in both you are removing branches. Here I ask myself, how do I define the age of a branch? Okay. Far so good. Here's my leaf and branch library. We have the forage distributor, and then finally our entire oh, that's important to see. Nanite skeletal metals for dense forest with detailed wind animation in cinematic shots where you need both realism and movement. That means cinematic. You're not saying gameplay. So, very important to not use it as an in-game option. Very careful. It's very important to look for those words because they give you a lot of info about what you can use for or not. If it's not missing, then it's going. If it's missing, it's going for everything. But yeah, if it's specifically said, it's only for it. Okay. Oh my fucking god. They went way too much into the scientific way. Was surprised that they used the word epsilon, because epsilon is our hormone. So, but now, yeah, Now everything makes sense, but this will be harder to understand. Someone who takes care of trees and plants them all the time in real life, they will understand all this, but oh my fucking god. Branch generations. This functionality specifies where do I set that? Where do I set those generations? Because we definitely want to edit more of the generation 0 because that's the trunk and the main stem. That's the most important one to influence. Because what if you want to create something like a mammoth tree? Then you would have to be able to influence the stem to be really fucking thick, and for the tree to be really high. But with the high we can, where do we influence the stem? That's where I am currently like a little bit confused. Wait, exactly, that's what we want. Generation 0, generation 1, generation 2, which is basically exactly what we have right here in Triad. Right, we have the generation 0 basically here. We have the generation 1, and then the generation 2, and basically a generation 3 even. As you can see what happens if I just get rid of that branch. Right, and of course that piece of willow. And suddenly everything just looks like this. Not like a willow tree, but definitely less detailed. Okay, I can close that, because this is basically what I want it to be. Lateral organ like a leaf, flowered stalk, and lateral branch. Okay, yeah, that's all good and stuff. Doesn't really tell me though. I mean, we do have our trees here, but what about this data here? I'm pretty sure it's the plant profiles, but doesn't have it there, so we have to go for don't really have a selection here. Maybe we have a selection here for the vegetation. Let's see, vegetation. There we go. I want to define here. Can we find maybe data asset? Because that's the important part. How do we get with the go with the because don't tell me they want to be like, hey, let's go to your Houdini or everything. Because that's kind of beats the point of having it there. And you can just make everything in Houdini and good as. Doesn't really give an in-depth explanation to that. Too so fucking old. Old is it? Does it say here? No. 5.2 should be what? 3 or 4 years old. I doesn't not. I would have expected it to be controllable, that I can actually add. If I only have it like this, it doesn't do shit for me. Cannot edit the data. The data set is actually quite useless. Well, on that end, let me close that one. We have seen enough. We just go back to our main project. Open that up, and yeah. It was a little excursion into the vegetation editor. I would say it's not quite there. It's getting close. You can definitely make your own trees, but there's much to wish for. Or much to wish for to make it easier. It's probably there somewhere, just not visible for us. So a little bit of disappointment on that, and I think I still stick with tree in. For now. There will be updates in the future, 5.7.1 or whatever, and make it then better, but for right now, it is missing a little bit of a more intuitive control. So It's what? Yeah, you can do that. Restore selected. Go. Still loading, as you can see on the lower end. But yeah. Hello? And we do not want to go into that scene. We want to go into our PCG scene. So let's pause our work on that, because basically what we need to do right now is turning those towards the spline. And I would have to extract something from the Electric Dream project in order to be able to do so. Without what I basically could do is creating a spline from one of those to that one, and do that all the time, but when linear set, so it's always facing into this direction, with this as a start point and the point on the spline as an endpoint. Imagine a camp that is much bigger than this one, even though this probably is one of the biggest that we will have it. I don't want... Yeah, I really do not want to have that here being to a point where it's just hurting ourselves, basically. So maybe we want to have multiple splines. We have to check that, right? Maybe we want to have this spline right here. That's not that one. This one right there. This is another thing why 5.7 is the more interesting, when we can select it more easily. But basically, there's a lot of stuff that we maybe want to actually use PCG grammar here, but I have to read into PCG grammar for the gate here. Actually, maybe I want to make the gate an actor. So there are a few considerations that I still have to do, and I think I will make it an actor. Now that I think more closely about it, this will be an actor. The gate here being open will be an actor, and it will have a rotation controlled by a blueprint value, so that when I take this spline here, grab it, and put it outside here, and we actually have our gateway there. But now it's actually looking way better, even now that we have two exits. But I would love to have the line more in this direction. Otherwise, the towers would not make as much sense from how it is structured. But this could work. Rather than that, what I kind of want to create, let's get into our PCG folder environment. This is the old one. We ignore the old one, actually. And I'm making a new one. We go to PCG graph. We definitely make an empty one, and we call this PCG forest. and we do have a few. Oh, and then we definitely also want to have a blueprint and actor, and that is our BP PCG forest. That one. Will get a spline. Here I go ahead and delete this vertex, click on here, and what we want to do is generate a circle, and we want to have at least 6 points, and since it's a forest, let's have it being 1,000. So this will be our default with what we will define our actual forest. And what we need now to add is our PCG. And graph, and then we have our PCG forest. So now when we compile this and let's put this one to the side for a second. Actually, yeah. Actually, let me put this on. So now we can pull this one out here. As you can see, even though we have said it's 1,000, 1,000 is almost nothing here. So now we can take those points. Let's make a really...
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Okay, that's one thing I forgot. Just because it's that, I forgot to give it that it is a closed loop. So let's put it back out. Now if we point that out, everything here. So this is the shape of our forest now. Now that we have that, now we can go back into our ECG here. So there we go with that. And let's see. First thing first, we want to get our spline data. Then, yes, self is correct. But for our spline sampler, we're not going on spline, we're going on interior. And when we now debug here with our absolute in here and we want it to be unbounded, let's make it a little bit more readable like this. This is our start from here. Now, what I want to give this, there are a few things I actually want to give this. First off, spacing could be more. Maybe not that much. And looking better. First thing. Okay. Why does it have to be that high? Or we just keep it on 100. Whatever. 150 seems too low. 200 probably is more. Then we don't want to have it that have basically that checkpoint. This is way too organized. So one thing that we want to do is give it an offset. 50. So we go from minus 50 to 50. Actually show what this actually does. And we do want to do the same right here. So we have a bit of a randomization to it. Now that we have it like this, that's way too dense. 300 maybe. Maybe. Then I want to go a little bit more tense here. And I have it go from minus 100 to 100. Okay, that's looking more like the distribution system of forest. Now, let's wrap it up with a noise. So we're looking at this. Berlin should be okay. No, we're not using that. We're using the add ribbon noise then. That one seems a little bit better suited for our case. Why do I suddenly don't have points? Because of that. Weird. Why do I not see you? Attribute noise. Yeah, the input one is definitely density. And this is what we want here. We want the density be affected by this. I think we are better off when we multiply. I don't want it to be exactly 0. More like that. Actually, if I go with error, we can use that. So, now we can use a density filter. Actually, let me lower this for specific points. Now you see we have a little bit of a problem here, right? So, but not if we go from our density filter. And then say because the thing is, what we can do, we can actually make use of those more random. Let's make it here. We have this, and now we have a collapse point. Basically, we are just collapsing points with the radius. And let's say we go for 200. 200. And for right now, static mesh spawner, we go for the bamboo. Actually, we go for not go for a bamboo. Let's go for one of those trees that are coming with. That are the ones from So Stylized, and okay, they're currently preparing the shaders, so if it's looking a little bit funky here, that's why. But it actually kind of looks okay. Yeah, then the collapse points needs to be stronger. Let's say we go for 300. And that is quite strong. There's two. No, oh. That's too less. 300 was too much. So let's go into this. The thing is, we can, of course, also just go directly here instead. I'd have it as dense as this. But then you probably cannot run through it, especially not if I collision go with block all. Now if I go with that and then want to run through here, oh yeah, good lag. It's really dense. And if you then have fighting here, no chance. So it is possible to have such a dense one, yeah, but we don't want that. And there are two ways to basically deal with that. And the one way is we have our sampling spacing here. We go with that into 300, and that's still quite dense, but much better. Right, and then you can use the one cool thing, what I actually always use to as a rule of thumb, if it's too dense or not, is look up at the Panaconi. This looks okay. This looks really good. If the Panaconi is like this, yeah, sure. We can use that. The thing is, I had the point cloud as dense on purpose and went the collapse points way like this. Right, 300, so it should be close to what we had earlier on. The Panaconi here is good. So now this is not exactly what we want to deal with, and there are a few things that we basically need to fix here. But before, we need the testing ground for what we need actually to fix. And therefore go to the landscape mode. And I want to sculpt on here. There we go. And have different heights. Right now we basically see our problem already. We have a little bit that they are stuck in the ground because they are all exactly on the spline. So before we do anything with that, we need to project them. We need to project all the points. So I would put that, all that logic, to later. Another point is that we want to have a rotation from here to there. So we have a rotation on along the z-axis among 360 degree, and you basically cannot really tell anymore which tree is that they all are basically the same tree. And if I then go ahead here on our mesh entries, let's go for 5. So static mesh bamboo. Oh, we have 4. We have only 4. That's okay. We use bamboo and bamboo bush. 1. Oh, actually, bamboo sapling. That does sound good. SM bamboo sapling. Now, if we go into this and look into this, here we have a lot of different trees, and we have a few saplings here. That's not really a sapling. That's a young tree. That's not a sapling anymore, but okay. I have my own sapling model. Oh yeah, we want to tackle this, that the points here are not stuck in the ground, but actually projected on it. So we need a projection node. But then we also need a boundary volume. That means what we need now I have to look at something again. I have my highway bridge. For my pillar, I use the projection node, but I have to look at it again. The world Ruieki query. That's the node I wanted to have, because that's what we need. But for that to work, what we need to do is have a boundary volume, right? We will see if it works or not. Section target, world Ruieki query. We put this on there. And we should not have anything in here because we do not have a boundary. So box collision. Now we have, so we see it's just in a very small means, and it should be here outside, and the extent can be 1. However, we need the height to be quite a lot so that it can work with the boundaries here. So that's okay. Now we do have that. Now we can see, okay, the trees are still a mess. Because a tree would not grow like that. They basically would they would not grow that way. They would basically stick out in a direct sun direction, so they would all flow like this, mostly. They maybe have some twists and angles and stuff, but they all want to go up to the sun. So they would never be in a 45-degree angle following the ground like here. So we have to fix that. And the one way I know how to fix that is by making a copy attributes, one that comes from a direct transform point, the other is the source. So you're that one, and the other one comes directly from here, and that one rotation point Z, I think it was. Not could have thrown it was like that, and that one goes to also to do rotation Z. No, was not okay. When it was not Z, then let me check here again. Oh, right. I cannot say Z. I have to put and name it yaw. That's the point. It doesn't get it here because it's here. Rotation point yaw to rotation point yaw. Doesn't really do it, huh? Why not? Let me double check here. Not really doing anything different on those. And just double check. It might be just some setting of absolute. Yeah, it was absolute. Okay. Was this little setting here? But basically now everything is growing the right way, like a tree would. Now we're gonna stop debugging here. That's halfway the path that we want it to be. So basically what I want to do now we have basically the finicky part. Now we can make it here before we actually go and make a point for the tree itself. I kind of want to make it I want to give it a struct We struct structure. And we call this foliage density. Basically, what I want to have is first our static mesh. Yeah, we did do it first with an object one. This is our foliage. Then we need two more values, and they are of type float. Density min and density max. And then we want a data table. Wait, naming conventions, s underscore. Now we can make a data table. Data table s underscore foliage density, and we call this dt bamboo forest. The reason why we're doing it that, so we do not have to redefine it for every single one. So we have this one, which is SM bamboo. And that one goes from 0.8 to 1. I should also go back here. My default value for our density max should be 1. And we add the next one. The next one is also SM bamboo. Let's actually also give our rows a good name, bamboo 2. And that one goes from 6 to 7.8. And SM bamboo 3.4 to 0.6. And this way we can basically populate it a little bit more according to the density that we get. Let's add one. Let's actually add one. Two more. I'm not too sure right now. I'm going with one more. And that one goes from 0.2 to 0.4. And for this one, the final one, SM stone. Want to actually, no, okay, we go with SM bamboo. Bush. And that one is from 0 to 0.2. And now we can use all those. And I call those just bamboo bush. So now we have our row names that helps a little bit of with identifying later on. And now we can use our DT here, now a blueprint, as a variable. Just call it forest. That's one is DT underscore bamboo with data table. We compile it and say it's DT bamboo forest. And now we can basically grab the data out of here. So now we actually have a step graph. Let me get attribute property, was it? Was not property? What was it called then? It was not called property. One. I need the actor property. No, okay. Actor property. Attribute property is actor property, and the actor property is forest. Now, if we look at this, we should have data here. And now we basically yeah, now we should be able to attribute partition it. Now we basically need a density distribution graph. Environment forest. We need to make a new PCG graph. We create an empty PCG sub density distribution. And for that, we make it differently, just to make sure we do not fuck up anywhere. PCD forest, we do have an attribute filter. No, not attribute filter, density filter, which is a specific one. Basically, we need to edit those, but for now, take those, say collapsed into subgraph. And now PCG sub density distribution. Rather like to name it the way it is. So now we delete that one and directly put it back in because we want it to be a loop node. Now we go in here. So we want a few settings. The settings we get from here. Okay. Because my input is still a wildcard, right? Yeah. Do I get here? I get an attribute set. And in here, we haven't defined this to be anything. So in should be our attribute set and should be loop. Now we should be able to put those in. This will not be called out. This will be called points. Okay, now we need to do basically this. We have a lot of data in here, but we need to delete attributes in order to get everything. Because if we look at this, we have our forest. right? But we need basically the stuff from here. So we need to delete everything and only keep foliage. Don't get anything. Why do we not get anything? We are on the right one. So, oh, pretty sure that we would find that where data table. Wrong one. Away branch. Oh, where did I set them up again? Thought it was in there as defaults. Where was it again? God damn it. And you just not use it very often. You keep forgetting where it is. Just use it twice so far. Okay, I have to look it up, I guess. Was apparently not there. Let me see. There was something with the data, so let's look for my here procedural minds. They did it again. Video about that. And if YouTube would just put it, I don't know what's up with YouTube recently, but sometimes you just wait forever for a YouTube video to load. We set up our data asset. Okay. Now we make our data table. Where was it? Where was that setting that I'm missing? Is it really among those? I have to double check. It was. It actually was. Okay. Okay. What we need. Wait, that's paths. Oh, I see. I see. Then what we need to do is make a pan. We make this one. Double check again. Meters, what does it need to be? PDA, okay. PDA. Oh wait, we did generate the wrong one on this end. The data table is wrong. It's a blueprint. There we go. Blueprint. Data. We need a primary data asset. That's what we need. PDA bamboo forest. There's one over there, there's one over there, so I can have a look really quick. And what did he need again? We add a new variable, okay. And there we go with our struct. Struct needs to be this, then that. And now we need a data asset. Actually, foliage density. The struct, we have our bamboo now. Actually, that one should not be called forest, that should be called foliage. So now we can popularize that. Go with regular 5 ones. And now we basically need to fill it in. As an attribute. Let's populate this first. Need like 4. Let's make it 5. As a bamboo. This 0.8 to 1. Zero 0.6 to 0.8. Zero 0.4 to 0.6. Already at 4. That one is 0.2 to 0.4, and last but not least, our bush. From 0 to 0.2. And now that we have that populated, we can change it more to other forest types later on. But this is what we need in order to work here. There. So now we can go to our where did that graph go? There it is. The forest. That one will be from PDA. Foliage density. And there we go for the bamboo one. And how does he track it here? I think we do it the same way. Up a little. Oh, we can get it like this way. Get PDA forest. Okay. And then get property object path, and then we need
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
okay, the adlings are waiting good. That way I can look again, because we have it called foliage here, foliage there. Good. Now we only have those, but we do need more. We need now we can basically go in and say for every single one of these, we go in here. And now we can say foliage, density min, density max. Delete them out like we need. So foliage. Density min. And density max. Of those three there. let's put density min and max up here. Foliage somewhere here. So we need this as our lower bound, this as our upper bound. That curve here can be more closer to this. Then for foliage, add attribute. Probably want to make it like this. Or do we actually have it still in here? Probably not. Okay. Then we add an attribute. All right. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Really. No problem at all for that. Basically, what we are doing, we are creating a populated mess. I can get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. We got the info we wanted. But basically, we have our currently not visible forest here. It will be visible in just a second. So we call this foliage. Put this in our static mesh spawner. We clear our mesh entities. We go to by attribute, and the attribute is foliage. And there we have it. This now we have with our data asset that we created earlier, we populated this specifically. Though I will make another one because we have this, but we also have to have basically all the space between it. So if we go here, we have our distribution of our points here from the PDA forest. Basically, what we also want to have is something for our stones. And for that, we have another spline sampler. That one, though, is much denser. Yeah, do that. Or I still have to farm so much on that. There are so many demon wedges still waiting. But I got I got at least the golden one that we found last time, the items for that, and created that one. Though there are just so many other golden ones that we need. Yeah, I want to have Psyche ready and then go over to probably Hellfire. Rebecca's also a good one. Rebecca or a Hellfire? A good question. Hellfire is good at bursting through everything. Also, have you ever done your bounties? They are quite difficult. That's why I actually consider Hellfire first. Yeah. for stationary stuff. The bounties. When you go to combat, there should be all to the right a bounty section. You can do 3 at a time, so you can just do it 3 times a week. I have tried it on Sunday. I failed, and I was like, okay, maybe that's something I should do together with moddies. That was definitely something where I was like, yeah, maybe we should do that together. It unlocks with level. It basically unlocks with level 55. That's probably why you haven't noticed. It's incredibly difficult. Alberta said it takes a very long alone. It's not that difficult, but the last part gets a little bit difficult because you have to defend one treasure chest at the end, and for that you better need a second person to coordinate it better. You can do it solo. It's just taking forever to do it solo. I call this PDA round. Let me put it this way: forest, bamboo, because then I can look for DA forest and then have all the forest, and then DA, and then I call this ground, and then stones for all the stones. And now one is on foreground, so I have to do it this way. Yeah, I can. Sure, definitely. But it's basically from the site that I gave you last time that I'm basically just following. Just that it's not Rebecca, it's Psyche, but it's from the same side. If you want to look at it right now. Definitely have to adjust that, probably. Don't want that many stones. um, I want to have a difference now. I want to have those minus those. And then use an attribute noise. That many that it already is crashing. God damn it. Yeah. That looks like a crash. Oh, no. No, there was a reaction. It's incredibly slow right now. Did I overdo it? I think I overdid it, yeah. I think those are a little bit too many. Oh boy, it did not like that. Well, maybe too many points in the spline sampler. A little bit too dense. Still too dense. Randomize a little bit more by why do I still have them? I yeah, because it still gives me everything from here, right? Once I disconnect both of them. Okay, rotation. This one minus those. I see. Bounce modifier. We need does help at all. Probably not really. Oh, oh. So fucking stupid. This one keeps being like that. So wait, why are they? Wait, why are you so fucking tall? good. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, those two parameters should do. We do not need to rotate it this axis. Okay, then we would have the grounds. Populated with stones. Are they really all different stones? Let me double check by looking at those. So if I suddenly put this one in, then they should have a few of those. Yeah, okay. Stone 4. So it is distributing the stone correctly. Though there's a little bit more than just stones that I want to populate there. What foliage could we spawn in a forest? The ivies, definitely. But those are coastal ivies. Not quite what we need. Just that. Few bushes. Could add actually a few bushes. Oh yeah, the elephant plants. Ferns. Let's add ferns. Yeah, ferns sounds good. So fern. Let's add a few ferns. Not the red fern. Okay, now we need to see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's add 2 more because then we can go in. We have 9 elements. We need 10. What else? We have fern. And then let's take the flowers are unlikely. We would have mushrooms then, but we don't have mushrooms. So let's take those 3 bushes here. Okay. Bush. We have to go from always 1 number 2 what we need. So 0.62, actually 0.61 to 0.7, and then we go from 0.51 to 0.6, and we go from 0.41 to 0.5.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
0.31 to 0.4. Hello, Myra. How are you doing, dear? Hope you had a wonderful day so far. Oh, yeah. Hands. And lastly, from 0.2 to 0.1. Now let's see how it has populated everything. Might want to do a few adjustments to our more stones than more bushes than stones. That speaks for our density node. Wait, we do not have a density node here. Wait, there. Attribute, nice. That should mean no. How does it look like? Welcome back. How are you doing, dear? Couldn't see it because it's looking like this under the other. Ooh. It actually does look good. Yeah, maybe I do not want. Okay, now that I see it like that, then maybe I do not want to have a rotation like that. Just like this. And by far not that dense. More like that, and this one should have a random offset of maybe 100. 100, not 1,000. You're sticky. Was it that tiring of a day? Or maybe we can make it even stronger, but let's bring our foliage back. Let's make it 200. Oh, okay, yeah, the flu is currently in season, so flu and cold are probably what you caught. Hey, let's see. Let's run through it and then see what we actually get here. Is it from the first view? This looks good. There's apparently a new strand of. There's apparently a new strand of corona going on. So I will take good care of the soul if that's happened, but you won't. Just looking like a good dense forest, but maybe a little bit too dense at some parts. Definitely something where we have to play around with the values more, but this is going somewhere. This is my PCG playground where I basically create all of my procedural content generation tools. Like this forest right now, or this street here in particular, or my outpost generator here. I can actually, let me okay. Okay, that's just a validator problem. I can still save those. Check out as selected. And now I can actually show you where I use those. This is basically where I test and create those, but in the end, using them would be in this mem that's currently loading. Why is everything so slow today? probably solvable with a restart, but no, well, not yet. The last 20 minutes I will go from here, but yeah, we will we use every tool that we make. We use in this landscape right here. So here's our road. And our outpost, but now I'm lagging. Okay. It's loading a lot of textures in the background. That's why it's a little bit lagging right now. Okay, now we should be fine. Better off. And here we have our little distribution of our camp here, which we then can use for other stuff. And here we also have a hanging bridge creator, which is kind of easy to create. And yeah, our splines for our rivers and such, and we slowly create and popularize with tools the areas from here so they look more interesting, so we can exchange the bamboo furs that we have from here. Look at how interesting the grass looks. To, well, whatever we get on the other end. And is it almost gray? But yeah, we see nothing spawning here. Now everything is small. There's about no texture here. Why does it not have texture? I have to look into that. Oh yeah, this is basically the map that actually gets populated by everything here that we create. This is where we use it. This is where we utilize it for world building, that we can create broken. Speaking of broken, my blueprint is broken there. I have to fix that. But that we have a broken bridge over here, a complete bridge over there, and later on some PCG that populates the top of here with actual foliage again, with vines, so that you actually can see a lot of time has passed. Then we need to at one point to create the city here, but first I want to make the outside of it, everything around here, everything that we see here. We look at it like this. Everything of this I want to make more populated, more interesting, so that the player actually can look at it and have something to explore and create those tools for it so that they actually create. One thing though, I will not have it like Genshin or other games that you can climb walls like this. You can only climb on specific locations. Makes it a little bit easier for me to design, plus it also gives it a little bit more of a well, the player has to look out for something. They cannot go everywhere, so it's a little bit gets it a little bit more interesting towards that point. So there are a lot of stuff that we still need to basically create, but we are getting there more and more by creating more and more inside our PCG testing ground. And then, of course, there's another thing that we have to also create a lot of ability still. So there's a lot still to be done before the actual production can start. But creating all those tools certainly helps on creating games in the future. This giant project that I have, which is really a giant project, will help me creating more and more tools for that, making me a little bit more of a technical artist at one point, but then that's okay. But yeah, we can then look into having more of, actually not give the landscape more interesting texture. What is this? Good enough, almost. Where is it? This one. Of course it does that now. What if I take the one from here? That's a material function. That's this thing that I should do too. Turning everything that I created into material functions. Mm-hmm. Maybe not. Maybe we stick with. This delta. No, that doesn't do us any good. don't want to set up an entire material again. So generated noise. That one do. That's too red. Alright, sleep well. Okay, no, that's not going anywhere. We're going with lockout wood. That's currently it looks ugly, but it works for the forest for now. Thanks for the waterboarding. Oh, I'm out of the water. Oh, wait, there's still water. I take that one. All right. And now look at it like that. See, that's so fucking slow. It's running at like 20 FPS or less. Why? Probably just a driver update in the back that I have to do. And yeah, but at least this I can have a little bit of a more of a feeling of how it will look later on when we actually implement that. Right, sleep well. And yeah, I think since we actually populated this here, what we can now do is play a little bit with those numbers here. Let's have a good look at this. This is the most important one. And let's say I want 0.05 to 0. No, wait. We should have more fern than bushes. Bushes should be 2.5, and then here still too dense. So let's actually divide this one from 0.02. Goes to 0.3, then this one goes to 0.7 to 7, and this one goes from 0.27 to 4, and that one from 2 to 2.3. That looks better on that term. I think the personally feel like this one maybe from 0.1 to 0.2. That does look better, but now I kinda want to give me the ability to manipulate our densities. There, interior sample space. That's what we need. 2 times. So where's my blueprint? My blueprint is here. Wait, that's the blueprint. That's not the right one. ECG, environment, forest. This one. And here we need load. So free density, and the other one will be ground density. Both visible to the outside. And okay, let's see. We do have the tree density of 300. And we do have a stone density of 500. Okay, that way. Compile it now. Now we can get actor property, and we call it tree density. And the next one is ground density. Good, those two work. So now from here, interior sample spacing comes in there. And in here, interior sample spacing goes right in there. Now, let's save that. Look, we look at this, we select our actor here, and now we have our two densities here. And if we want to say the tree density should be maybe 400 instead, we can directly check how everything would look. With that, 400 might be good, but here I also want to raise that to 600. 600 is too much. 550. Yeah, that looks better. And now we can just drag that out. Have it form like this, and let's go through this really quick. Have it not selected so that we... Yeah, that looks good. That actually looks good. There's not just one problem. we need to set this to collision block all. Though I might actually want to add another information here into our struct just for collision. Yes, no. So let's do that really quick. Where's our struct in there? And we add another one, and that one is collision. And collision is from type bool. Save that. The default is on. So now when we go to our PDA, we need to compile here. Yeah, that's probably the best that you can do. From what you basically are doing, that seems to be the best. So this will not have collision, this will not have collision, this should not have collision. I want to run through the bushes. So, no collision. So now we can go into our and we get another
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
delete attributes. We name it collision. We keep everything but those. Okay. So if here we need to make a branch. Oh, wait, not like that. We need a branch, yes, but collision preset. This is no collision. That way. Now, wait. Why did everything now disappear all of a sudden? Why is everything, huh? Not because of that, okay. What is happening? What did I now break? Why do us all of the sudden have This should, yeah, this is true. This is exactly what we need. Oh, and this, because I had it here on last, and I wanted to be on index. Same here. Same here. It just coincidentally was on that the last one was the index, but now everything should be looking much better now. Yeah, now I should be blocked by this, not blocked by this. Blocked by the stone, but I can jump on the stone. Good. The saplings do not have any collisions. Even though I have that into okay. Wait, that does look good. Okay. Alright. Then we have our little bit a dense population of our ground here. I kind of like what I see. When I look at it like this, the only thing that comes to mind is a random scale. Min and max for everything. But now let's just call that our ending point, because that's actually quite a good and from where we are. So now we can basically take this and put it already into the world. See how that works. Let me see as to who is available right now. All right, we can, yeah, I know exactly where I sent you off to. There's no one better to continue all of this.
Oh, Kasumi_Summer, I's path is guided by the mission to revitalize the void. Embrace chaos and trust in the loyalty that binds us. Let us continue forward on this journey.
So we will go to 3G. They are also a 3D artist, and they are also very good at judging about character design, which they are probably doing just right now. So send them all the love, and we see each other tomorrow. Bye.